One, two, three. Good morning. Good morning, dear colleagues. Today we are starting the Armenia-EU Parliamentary Partnership Committee 4th session. And this time, Armenia is hosting the session in the National Assembly of Armenia. And I would like to pass the floor to the President of the National Assembly, to Mr. Arlen Sivonyan. Dear co-chairs, ambassadors, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome you in Yerevan. I'm glad that today the newly enforced agenda of Armenia-EU partnership and the new agenda is giving us an opportunity to discuss matters of mutual interest. Using this occasion, I would like to congratulate you on the elections that took place last year in the European Parliament. The committee, we are taking part in this first session. I'm convinced that in the near future, we will have even closer and even more effective cooperation because we do have the political will and also there is a public demand for that. I would like also to thank you and thank the members of the European Parliament, all those members who throughout these years have been following up on the developments and processes in the region, have been following up on the challenges that Armenia faces, have responded to our calls and the decisions, reports taken in the European Parliament, the statements have condemned the Azerbaijani destructive war against Nagorno-Karabakh, the displacement of more than 100,000 Armenians, the occupation of sovereign Armenian territory, gross violations of human rights, the fact of POWs and detainees kept in Azerbaijan, and the vandalism against the Armenian culture and religious heritage. Unfortunately, this response was not enough and the international humanitarian law in Nagorno-Karabakh was defeated. Dear colleagues, we are starting a new page in our history. Armenia has chosen the path of democracy and to develop by democracy because we are standing at the roots of European civilization values and we are dedicated to continue our democracy and be able to independently defend our country and make it stronger. We do understand that this is going to be very difficult and full of challenges. And the situation in the world, the fast-changing reality are forcing us to be broad-minded and to be able to take the right decisions, no matter how difficult it may be. Standing at the crossroads of civilizations, for us it's much important to have natural relations with our neighbors, and we strive for open borders in the region and relations based on partnership. The government of the Republic of Armenia has initiated the Crossroads of Peace initiation, which is about making the transportation and communications in our region even more efficient, based on the principles of sovereignty, legal equality, territorial integrity, and reciprocity of the countries. We do try to hold balanced politics in the region with the countries of the region and with the power centers based on the matters of security, economic, energy and other areas of diversification. In different areas, we are broadening and enhancing our cooperation with member states of the EU. I would like to sincerely thank the European Union for the financial significant support which is aimed at the reforms that are taking place in Armenia, and they are aimed at a number of benchmark initiations. All of this is taking place in the context of closer Armenia-EU relations and cooperation at a new agenda level. A good evidence of this is the developments that have been taking place in the past months. We have launched the visa liberalization dialogue. Armenia was included in the EPF framework. The EU has extended the term of the EU civil mission in Armenia for 2 more years. This has obviously had a significant impact on decreasing the number of border incidents or preventing possible escalation risks. And finally, some days ago, on the 12th of February, the National Assembly of the Republic of Armenia, by the first reading, adopted the law on the launching of accession process of the Republic of Armenia to the EU. This is an expression of the dedication of our public to become part of the European society. Dear colleagues, once again, I would like to welcome you in Yerevan and wish us a fruitful work. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Simonian, for the opening remarks. After some minutes, we can begin our session. By the protocol. Dear colleagues, once again, allow me to welcome you in the Republic of Armenia, in the National Assembly of the Republic of Armenia, Parliament. This is the Armenia-EU Parliamentary Partnership Committee 4th session. Allow me to say a word or two about our cooperation of the past years and the work ahead to be done. 6 years ago, when I, for the first time, took this position, our relations with the EU, Armenia-EU relations in general, Armenia-EU interparliamentary links were at a different level. I have to be honest to say that back then, I did not feel that the European Parliament was interested in our region, in the problems of our region, in depth. There were some resolutions, some discussions, but I did feel that the EU Parliament has other priorities in other regions. Something that has changed in the past years. And currently we can see that, especially in the past 2-3 years, we have seen the important role for the region's security matters when it comes to the agenda of the European Parliament, and of course also in the actions of the executive body of the EU. In the past years, in the Parliament, European Parliament, we have seen it being the advocate for justice for all the European institutions. All the initiations that we mention here, be that the EU mission in Armenia, be that the EPF, be that the visa liberalization dialogue, be that the security cooperation between Armenia and the EU. In all of these initiatives, they were first of all discussed at the parliament level in the European Union, and then it became a point in the political agenda, in the political discourse, and then it became part of the Council of Europe agenda, and then it became realities. I would like to inform you that currently Armenia with the EU is discussing a new agenda of partnership, something that will take our relations beyond the legal basis that we have. Also, I would like to inform you that 2 weeks ago, in the Parliament of the Republic of Armenia, we approved the aspiration of the citizens of the Republic of Armenia that was put for discussion in the form of a draft law, EU-Armenia law on launching accession process of the Republic of Armenia to the European Union. This is something that came from a significant portion of our citizens, and the leading majority in the parliament took a decision for this, to support this initiative, to facilitate this process, to take the process in their hands and to further promote it. Indeed, this was done in close cooperation with the government. Last year, we had very important achievements. I would like to mention, first of all, the most important of those, Armenia-EU visa liberalization dialogue. This was a decision. The launch of this dialogue was a decision that was very much looked forward here in Armenia. We worked very hard for this, not only with the EU institutions, but also with the EU member states. Separately, we worked on this. This decision did not come easily or lightly, taking into consideration the discussions that are taking place in the EU about migration risks. Therefore, I do want to thank all the 27 member states of the EU for making such a dialogue possible. Following this, we will have to take our steps at a technical level. There is indeed the political will for this, and I do very much hope that in a matter of years, the visa liberalization will come true. At least on behalf of the Republic of Armenia, we will be doing all possible measures for this to come true. Very important was for us also to have the EPF support, not only when it comes to the financial support, but also political. You know very well the debates that take place in the European political family. You know very well the discourse about what should EU do and how should EU do when it comes to the European security architecture. And when we receive a support from the EPF, this shows that in this matter there is a consensus in the EU that the security of the Republic of Armenia is seen as a EU-European family security, as part of it, which is true because any instability that starts at the borders of the EU first starts in our region, then goes beyond. We have seen this already once, and I hope the EU will not allow this to be repeated. Also very important was the EU's civilian mission, its deployment in the Republic of Armenia along the border between Armenia and Azerbaijan from the Armenian side. For this decision also, I want to thank all the member states, and I want to say that this decision was taken in a record short period of time. Usually such decisions require months of discussion. However, this decision was taken in a matter of weeks, and already twice this EU mission in the Armenian mandate has been extended. The term has been extended in a record short period of time. This is all for this moment, dear colleagues. Today we will discuss the works that have been done. We will hear the reports on specific sectors: justice, internal affairs, economic matters, foreign affairs, and from individuals who are responsible for these sectors, be that ministers or deputy ministers. I would now like to pass the floor to my colleague, Armenia-EU Parliamentary Partnership Committee co-chair, Niels Ushakovs. Thank you very much.
Dear colleagues, dear members of the government of Armenia, dear ambassadors, it's a great pleasure to be here in Yerevan and to open the fourth meeting of the EU-Armenia Parliamentary Partnership Committee. As you know, I was not a member of this committee during the previous European Parliament legislature, but I am well aware of the excellent cooperation and results achieved under the leadership of you, Mr. Yegoyan, and my distinguished predecessor, Ms. Marina Kalorad. I am happy to be able to continue in this positive work, and I think you can see from the number of members of the European Parliament with me here today that this European Parliament is just as committed to the deepening of our ties as the last one, if not even more. I dare to say it's a commitment that we share across the political groups, and I'm happy that our delegation also very well reflects that. Let me begin with one encouraging observation. I have noted that in the last meetings of the committee, quite naturally, the issues that often very much dominated the debates were linked to the conflict with Azerbaijan. This is still a key issue to address, of course, and we will also address it. But I believe that thanks to the rapid development of the bilateral European Union-Armenia cooperation, in so many areas in the recent period, the time has finally come that we can focus much more than before on this positive bilateral agenda. We meet at quite a symbolic moment, just as your Parliament in the process of adopting a law which declares the initiation of the process of EU accession. We understand this declaration as a clear demonstration of the attractiveness of the European Union and its values, which is something that we obviously welcome. The truth is that the European Union and Armenia have never been closer, and the important thing is that our relationship is based on solid foundations of shared commitment to fundamental principles such as democracy, the rule of law, and respect for human rights. Unlike Kremlin, we believe firmly in the sovereign right of nations to choose their future and their international orientation. The European Parliament has already made it clear that it very much supports further deepening of our relation, but it's first of all for Armenia to decide what nature of relations it wishes to seek. What is in any case clear is that any potential application for European Union membership would be always treated in accordance with the usual process, in line with the requirements set out in the European Union treaties and the relevant criteria. And I believe that it's very important to communicate about this very clearly with the Armenian public, to explain this process well, so that the people know what it entails and what the challenges are. This should also help to prevent some unrealistic expectations that may otherwise arise. But it's important to have a positive strategic vision for the future. Dear colleagues, the world today finds itself in an extraordinary turbulent period, a very dangerous one actually. 3 years ago, on the very same day that this committee met here in Yerevan for its second meeting, Russia launched its full-scale invasion of Ukraine. We marked this anniversary just yesterday. Meanwhile, Russia's war of aggression continues, and its frontal attack on the rules-based international world order, its attempt to destroy the system built after the Second World War, threatens to gain ground as some of our most important allies seem less committed to defend it. In this context, it's all the more important that Armenia and the European Union stay united in defense of these principles, and I would like particularly to salute Armenia's ratification of the Rome Statute and its becoming state party of the International Criminal Court last year. In an unstable world and in the challenging security environment in the South Caucasus, it's also more significant that we are developing our security cooperation. The EU-Armenia mission has helped to stabilize the situation at the Armenia-Azerbaijan border, and I'm very proud of the European Union's role in this respect. Sadly, the mission is being targeted by Baku and Moscow with some very absurd accusations. One must ask, what danger does an unarmed civilian mission pose to them? The fact that Baku even raises this as an obstacle to concluding the peace treaty is by itself an extremely worrying sign. And it should be recalled that it's Baku, not Brussels or Yerevan, who refuses all offers of cooperation with the mission. These attacks against EU mission must simply stop. Armenia's offers to Azerbaijan to establish a joint mechanism for the verification of border incidents and a mutual arms control mechanism are other examples of the country's commitment to the peace agenda, which are fully support. Azerbaijan's lack of response to these constructive proposals is particularly difficult to justify. The European Union is also greatly interested in Armenia's crossroads of peace, initiative as a fair concept for the reciprocal unblocking of regional communications, which would be of great benefit for the whole region. There is no doubt that one area which is clearly crucial for Armenia's security and for its ability to have a truly free and viable choice of a European future is economic diversification. We're actually aware of this, and it's another reason why focusing on connectivity is so important. Armenia's efforts to normalize relations with Turkey are the right things to do, and we fully support your calls on Ankara to delink this issue from the Armenia-Azerbaijan normalization process in the interest of the entire region and of its own border region first of all. Dear colleagues, we have a busy agenda today, so let me finish here what I hope was a positive opening message, despite the challenging times, and we will look into all these things in more detail shortly. I thank you for your attention, and now pass the floor to Mr. Yegayan for his opening remarks, which actually have. Well, sorry, it wasn't. Thank you. So, we are now moving to the adoption of the draft agenda, and let us start now. Is everyone in favor of the proposed draft agenda? That's the first question. If there are no objections raised at the moment, then we say that the agenda is adopted, and we can move to point number 4 on our agenda, that is approval of the draft minutes of the third meeting of the EU-Armenia EPC held on the 9th of March 2023 in Brussels. So, could we vote? We just ask if there is anyone objecting the minutes? No. So the draft minutes have been distributed ahead of the meeting. You've got everything, and there are no objections. The minutes are considered approved. Now we come to our first debate on the most topical developments in our bilateral relations and the implementation of SEPA agreement. As was already mentioned in the opening remarks, our relations are developing very dynamically. There are some quite significant milestones that have been reached last year, like the starting of the visa liberalization dialogue or first assistance from the European Peace Facility, things that both our parliaments have been calling for already for some time. And the ongoing negotiations on the new partnership agenda should allow further deepening and structuring of our cooperation across a broad spectrum of areas. Meanwhile, the SEPA agreement continues to provide a framework for Armenia's reforms in order to get significantly closer to EU standards. This is also particularly important in the context of the current debate on Armenia's potential European aspiration, and it would be necessary to prepare the country gradually for the deep transformation that would be required in terms of trade, foreign policy, technical standards, and many other areas. But I wish to stress that the meaning of the reforms is first of all in the actual benefits, with or without the European perspective in mind, when it comes to the guaranteeing of the rule of law, independent judiciary, or transparent or predictable business environment. Let me now welcome our guests representing the executive. So let me welcome our guest. So this is representing the executive. So, Minister of Justice Kalan, and it was yours.
Yes, please. So, we have made a very small change. We shifted two topics because we wanted, because Minister of Justice will have a meeting in the government, and since I suppose that you might have questions to her, so we needed proper time for her report and for your questions and her answers. So we shifted the places of the report of the Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs and Minister of Justice. So now the floor is yours on the topic of consolidation of democratic reforms, the rule of law and the protection of fundamental freedoms in Armenia. Ms. Minister, please.
Thank you. Esteemed co-chairs, ambassadors, members of delegations, MPs, colleagues, I will speak about the justice sector, the reforms that have been taken there. also the work that shall be done further. As you may know, in the recent times we had the EU-Armenia dialogue for human rights and justice. In these two areas, we did take note that our country has had significant progress. In both areas, human rights, protection and justice, we do have separate strategic documents. I will speak about them later. But now I would like to speak about strengthening democracy and rule of law. And in this context, the measures that we have taken. Those measures have mainly been four. Number one, constitutional reforms, things that are ongoing. There is the council working on this. There is the concept for the constitution. And now we are working on the new text of the constitution, which per the commitment that we have taken shall be ready by the elections of 2026. The constitution shall focus on human rights, including social economic rights, and also will include some provisions about governing processes and the role and place of different agencies and other several regulations that I will not go deep into now. The other area is about the electoral reforms. We recently passed a package for amendments in the electoral code, per which we want to emphasize the rights of people, for example, persons with disabilities, to have equal rights and opportunities to participate in the elections. And in the package, we are also emphasizing things like financing of political parties. And the parties shall have the right to have equal opportunities for seeking financing. The other important step was something that is also meant throughout SEPA, is our approximation of our legislation to the EU legislation. In this regard, we have already taken steps. Throughout 2024, more than 30 legislative acts have already been approximated to the EU legislation, and we continue our work in this regard. The other important area is the area of personal data protection. The improving of this area also has to do with the visa liberalization dialogue process, because until now, of course, we have organized trainings, professional trainings for the Agency for Personal Data Protection, but we have bigger plans for them. We want the agency to be separate and independent body for our state governance system. At the moment, we are working on a concept paper to create a separate institution that will be in charge of the protection of personal data. When it comes to the SEPA, I want to mention that the Ministry of Justice is implementing the works of coordination of SEPA. At the moment, we are working on the modernization of the roadmap, updating it, and also working on elaborating a new roadmap. We are trying to collect and assess the work that has been done in the past years by different agencies aimed at the SEPA implementation. And I have to say that more than 50% we have performance result. It's not the best result, of course, but we have to do our best to bring this indicator to a higher number in the future. As for the human rights protection, I have to say that we have significant progress in the framework of EU-Armenia dialogue, and this had to do with the reason for this was because we had a strategic document, that is the Human Rights Protection National Strategy, in the framework whereof there are several measures planned for the protection of human rights. The ministry has elaborated and circulated matters of legal equality and the law on anti-discrimination I do hope that in the near future we'll be able to submit it to the National Assembly, to the Parliament. We have also elaborated legal drafts for national minorities. It's also at the discussion phase at the moment in the National Assembly's Human Rights Standing Committee colleagues. And besides these initiatives, we also have to take steps for the protection of the rights of individuals with disabilities so that the justice system for them will be more accessible. We are also discussing the waiver of the state fee for these people, as well as we are discussing in the ministerial committee giving privileges to those individuals when it comes to the state fee, individuals with whom the Human Rights European Court has seen some violations. As for the decisions of the European Court and the implementation thereof, we will and we do continue this process in our country. I can reassure you that this continues. Besides legal acts, drafts, we also continue to do public awareness raising campaigns in our country to target the prohibition of the hate speech, discrimination, and in this regard, of course, awareness raising is important. We do this. We do also prepare different materials, including training materials. And as of 2024, for the law enforcement bodies and for the courts, we have elaborated methodology for the tests when it comes to hate speech and discrimination speech, so that it will be included in their exams, in their tests. The Justice Academy regularly holds trainings on these thematics. Our investigators, our prosecutors, our judges participate in these trainings, also individuals who are candidates for such positions, and also the police officers are trained. In the future, we will come up with new initiatives to have a separate strategy that will emphasize the legal equality and combating discrimination. This is a target that we hold. We want to have a separate strategy to combat discrimination, and we also want to give a bigger momentum to the awareness raising campaigns, focusing and emphasizing the principle and right of all people for legal equality. And when it comes to the judicial legal reforms, those are many, and in this regard, we have to speak and emphasize the agenda of digitalization. Digitalization agenda is aimed at having accessible justice, timely and effective justice, and therefore I have to say that when it comes to civilian processes, those are already digitalized. We are working on the administrative proceedings to digitalize them as well. The bankruptcy cases also to be digitalized. Besides digitalization, we have also come up with alternative dispute management and settlement options from the civil courts. We have removed cases that reach a certain ceiling of monetary demand, and those are now processed by the notaries, which allows us to have 80% of less overload in the courts and helps the court system to be more effective. For alternative dispute settlement mechanisms in our country, we do have the arbitration system, commercial, different such platforms, which allow us to bring the workload of the courts even lower. And when it comes to the dispute settlement and mediation systems, we have already trained more than 100 mediators. They are already in the pool, and we do wish to bring one more innovation, the mandatory mediation for the family cases as for the family cases, domestic cases, to be able to bring the workload in the courts as low as possible and make it as efficient as possible so that the justice implementation in our country will be better applied. Of course, we have much work to be done in this regard, and the political commitment we have is for one main core purpose, that is for justice to serve the interests of justice, and fairness and justice to be synonymous. And we need to be able to define the standards of justice, and those standards have to be include not only for the elaboration of the standards, but also for the capacity building and standards of the individuals hearing the cases. For these purposes, we already have the integrity institution, integrity checks for the prosecutors, investigators, judges. We already have in place the integrity check system, the ongoing integrity check system for the active judges and investigators and prosecutors. The reason for this is that we want only individuals of integrity to continue their work in this regard, only professionals to continue their work in this regard. And for the professional standards, as I said, the Justice Academy holds regular trainings for them. As for the assessment and ethics committee for judges, we do have some initiations as well. At the moment, we do have legal initiatives. We want to bring the number of the committee where members, judge and non-judge members, to be equal in number, so that there is no dominance in one way or another, so that we think that in this way the decision taking will be more objective. Now, speaking about the probation and penitentiary system, this has to do, of course, with the protection of human rights. And we do aim to have a new prison system. A new prison system. I do not mean a new building, premises, conditions, but a new quality of penitentiary officers. And this is something that we need to do. Of course, when it comes to this type of changes, the probation service shall be part of it. Our legislation is focusing on rehabilitation justice, in the framework of which the role of the probation system is highly emphasized. That also prescribes alternative punishment measures, and we do aim to increase the capacity of the probation service as well. Dear colleagues, this is all I meant. I will answer your questions with pleasure.
Thank you. Just to explain once again to colleagues, we, due to issues connected to the logistics of ministers, we switched from point number 5 to point number 6 now. And then, after listening to Minister Galyan asking questions and getting replies, we will switch probably back to number 5, and then probably back again to number 6 to listen to Minister Sargsyan. So sorry for this confusion, but ministers have lots of job and they have to participate in various meetings. Vivian, please.
Thank you very much, dear colleagues. Are there any questions from members of committee? Mr. Mamijanyan, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Madam Galyan, I would like to ask your position on a number of points, because when we discuss the statement, you will not be here. So I want to make sure that your comments are included. My points are many, Madam Galyan, so excuse me for this. Number 1, CDI. What is your position about their resolutions? Resolutions that say that in Armenia there are political prisoners, and call the government not to use the law enforcement system against political opponents. I mean especially Deputy Chairman of Hanrapetakan Party, Arusha Rashanyan, and different others. I want also to hear your comment about the European Union of Judges and their statement that says that the judicial system in Armenia seriously depends and is controlled by the authorities. In this regard, I would also like to know your position about the human rights dialogue that took place in Brussels recently, where the authorities of the Republic of Armenia were called to limit the use and the duration of pre-trial detention, if I am saying this correctly. You spoke also about hate speech and discrimination. I do agree with you that in a civilized country, in a civilized discourse, hate speech cannot have place. But you are sitting next to Mr. Yeroyan and the secretary of his fraction at the Human Rights Defense Committee, Standing Committee of the Parliament, at the election of the Human Rights Standing Committee chairman to the candidate. He said the following: I will cut your ears. And until now, there's no criminal case been opened, neither for the hate speech nor for any other things. I think this is at least surprising. And the last example, a public activist, maybe a blogger, we could call him also, Edgar Khazarian. For him, the court decided to put in place administrative limitations and prohibited him to speak about judges. The reason for this was the Constitutional Court judge, also human rights court's application, when Edgar Khazarian had commented on one of his decisions. I think those type of issues are in the context of justice and are important for today's agenda. Thank you very much, Mr. Mamijanian, for your questions. I will start with answering one question that is about the number of detentions. Indeed, for the ministry, detention as such and the number thereof is concerning for our ministry. In this regard, this issue is in the center of our attention. But as a policymaker, I have to say that when the criminal code was passed, adopted, the logic was that there should be alternative measures, which should suppose that there should be less application of detention measures. But for our colleagues, I will say that back then we also had the possibilities of house arrest and administrative oversight. Those measures are successfully in place now, and there are many such applications, but in parallel, yes, there are more numbers of detention cases. As policymaker, we have to do the following. We need to have the criteria and standards in order to be able to decrease the number of detentions, communicate this with the law enforcement and with the courts, and I will reassure you that we are taking steps in this regard. As for the other questions that you are asking, at first sight, of course, you are saying the truth, but I have to counter this by saying that there has to be the rule. I don't want to go into details about what you are saying, but the individuals that you are mentioning are prosecuted for the official abuses they did while they were in power. It's hard to call them political prosecution or political abuse. If you want to say that only the former officials in our country are prosecuted, that is not true, because in this government we have also started criminal prosecutor against acting ministers, deputy ministers, we have had democratic such actions and processes that in the previous authorities did not have place. And allow me to say this and highlight this very clearly, that the problem is not that individuals need to be targeted, but the problem, the target, the objective is to target the specific phenomena. And this is in the focus of the work of our law enforcement authorities. I cannot go into any further details because I simply do not have more information, because in our country the branches of authorities are separated in principle. But when it comes to your words that the authorities' impact on the judicial branch should be limited, in this regard I have to say that indeed such a phenomenon does not exist, and this is explained by the following. You mention several cases by which you are trying to justify any type of influence, or I can mention hundreds other cases that would have had a different outcome had there been political influence on the judiciary. So please do not be one-sided when speaking to our international colleagues. I do understand your motives, but as a member of the government, I can only say that the division of the branches of power as a supreme principle is in the basis of our action, and that will be further enforced in the framework of constitutional reforms, to which I hope that your faction and our other opposition factions will participate and will use that platform to ensure the inclusivity of the constitutional reforms. Please participate in these processes, because we will resume the works of the Council, and until now you have not participated. The issues that you are raising here also you can raise in the Council, and then we will be able to collect those issues and try to address them in a consensus manner. I can only tell one success story when it comes to the electoral reforms package, and I also want to thank our opposition colleagues that there was a initiation in the discussion whereof the opposition also actively participated, and it was a very important thing for us because it was about the electoral rights and their application. I do hope that when it comes to discussion of the constitutional reforms, we'll have the same approach. Thank you. Thank you. Any other questions, dear colleagues? To the Minister of Justice. If no more questions, then I would like to inform you that on this thematic, the next rapporteur is Madame Sargsyan. She will join us a bit later on this topic. But now I propose we return to the agenda point 5, where the rapporteur will be the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Hovhannisyan. But the floor is yours, Mr. Ushakovsky, first.
So we are technically back to point number 5. I will not be repeating my opening remarks, and I'm happy to give the floor to the Deputy Minister Hovhannisyan, who will outline the situation in the EU-Armenia relations and CEPA implementation from the perspective of the Armenian government.
Thank you very much, and I would like to start by expressing our sincere gratitude to the distinguished members of the European Parliament for voicing their principal position by adopting relevant resolutions, reports, calls on issues of high importance for Armenia, expressing its unwavering support to matters of utmost concern for us, be it our efforts to establish a peace in the region, the pending humanitarian issues, of course advancing Armenia's path to Europe and getting closer to EU. The progress recorded in Armenia-EU relations over the past couple of years comes to confirm our strong commitment to further enhance our agenda with the European Union and deepening our indeed multi-layered cooperation partnership. The start was done by the joint statement of President of European Commission and Prime Minister of Armenia, relevant EU Council decision, and then that was the first time in our history, the statement of Prime Minister in Strasbourg in October 23 in front of the plenary, which indicates our desires and our approach to European agenda. The comprehensive and enhanced partnership agreement continues to serve as a legal foundation of Armenia-EU partnership. Armenia is fully committed to its effective implementation. We created the certain roadmap. There is a regular meeting, intergovernmental commission, I would say, and I believe with the additional efforts from the EU side, we would try to advance the implementation of SIPA further. Currently, we almost accomplished, I could say, the negotiations around the new partnership agenda. This is a paper which would amend the existing legal foundation, would enlarge the scope of our partnership, and indeed would mean an upgrade of our bilateral ties. Once this process is completed and new ambitious priorities are agreed, it will mark yet another milestone of our cooperation. Indeed, a significant step forward, bringing Armenia closer to the EU, in line with the aspiration of the people of Armenia. Armenia is grateful for the recent decision of the EU Council to extend the mandate of the EU civilian mission to Armenia. Over the past 2 years, the mission has significantly contributed to stability in the border regions with Azerbaijan, preventing risks of escalation. As you probably already aware, the launch of Armenia's EU accession process, submitted to the Parliament as a civil initiative, has undergone all the necessary internal procedures. As Mr. Yaroyan informed you, it's been adopted in its first reading. That's again yet another manifestation of the strong desire of our citizens seeking much closer ties with European family. Of course, we acknowledge the path to the EU membership is rather long and complex process that requires clear commitments and significant efforts. It's been already mentioned how important the visa liberalization dialogue is for the citizens who feel the situation with visa. It's a little bit complicated. The visa facilitation is not working very well, I should say. And of course, this process certainly would improve the situation and increase people-to-people contact. Another important decision, as it's been mentioned, is the European Peace Facility. This assistance would increase Armenia's resilience, enhance logistical capacities of Armenian armed forces, and we already placed a request for the continuation of assistance for 25. The inception of political and security dialogue with the European Union is another useful platform to open exchange of views on geopolitical situation in the region and beyond. We're looking forward to expand this cooperation. There is another format within this frame, security and defense consultations. We would be happy to engage also with this possible format as well. I'm glad to note, indeed, security component of our partnership is successfully developing. Armenia has expressed its desire and readiness to engage in the EU CSDP missions and operations. The relevant agreement is ready, and we hope to sign it in very close future. European Union remains to be a key partner for Armenia in promoting institution building, supporting its intensive reform agenda, particularly reforms in the fields of democracy, rule of law, justice, education, public administration, security. All these profoundly change the lives of our citizens. These reforms are also aimed at strengthening the economy of Armenia and diversification of our choices. I would probably stop here, and yes, I would just mention also the economic growth and resilience program, which has been adopted last year on 5th of April, result of the summit between US, EU and Armenia, and this is the program which normally designed for the candidate countries, but we've been happy to to have this program suggested to us, and indeed that would be another tool to help diversification and resilience of our economy. Thanks again, and would be happy to respond to any questions.
Thank you so much. And now I will pass the floor to Ambassador Maradas to highlight the key aspects from the point of view of the European Union. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Co-Chair. Esteemed co-chairs, Mr. Gekhoyan, Mr. Ushakovs, I want once more to welcome all of you to Armenia, those visitors from the European Parliament. But I want to address here all the members of the EU-Armenia Parliamentary Partnership Committee and express my pleasure and very strong commitment to work together. Dear ambassadors, dear deputy minister, dear colleagues, it is really a pleasure, as I mentioned. And I want to stress that EU-Armenia relations have never been stronger, have never been closer. They are grounded in shared democratic values. They continue to flourish and expand into new areas. We are working now on the new partnership agenda, as you have heard from Deputy Minister Hovhannisyan. The work started following the request by the European Council in October 2023, but also following the strong commitment by the Commission President and Prime Minister Pashinyan expressed earlier that month, and the Prime Minister's aspirational speech in the European Parliament on 16th of October 2023. Our aim is to continue this positive trajectory for the benefit of citizens, to promote political dialogue, implementation of democratic, economic and institutional reforms, while promoting also regional peace, stability, and our joint commitment on a rules-based international order. In November, we celebrated the 7th anniversary of the Comprehensive and Enhanced Partnership Agreement signing. Here I would like to highlight a few important results, achievements that we have reached together. Namely, the reforms in justice, interior, police, social services, but also I want to highlight our cooperation on secondary education. Among the achievements, I want to stress in particular the establishment of a new institutional and legal framework for anti-corruption, the creation of an arbitration center for alternative dispute resolution, the improved integrity checks for judges, the rollout of unified social services, and the widened network of social workers, the creation of the new patrol police, but also the rollout of a significant reform in education based on the scientific, technical education and math components of curricula, which are key for competitiveness. I also want to pay tribute to the government and you here in the National Assembly for having ratified the Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court. I want to recall that this has been a key commitment under CEPA. But much more can be done to address the persisting challenges, to fight corruption, to strengthen the rule of law, also for the respect of fundamental rights. These are all delicate and demanding reforms which require the efforts of all. Other important areas are economic diversification, regional development, addressing challenges related to the digital and the green transition. We need to strengthen the capacities while building on strong political will and commitment to move forward. We are now working, as you have heard from Deputy Minister, on a new partnership agenda. The work on the negotiations is almost finished. The aim is to unlock the untapped potential of CEPA to advance cooperation in critical areas such as good governance, trade, energy and education, ensuring that Armenia can fully utilize all opportunities mobilized by the European Union. We have put in place the tools to achieve these renewed ambitions. The Resilience and Growth Plan of €270 million, which was announced last April, represents a 50% increase in the EU's annual bilateral resources for the period, covering the period 24 to 2027. Our aim is to boost Armenia's socioeconomic resilience, bringing our citizens, institutions, and businesses closer together. We will work together to accelerate key sectoral reforms, notably in the context of our recently launched visa liberalization dialogue, a very significant initiative which will also be a catalyst for further cooperation on trade, transport, energy, and other reforms which will bring people to people together. Let me stress some areas where we are delivering very concrete results. With regard to the peace and normalization first, I wish to highlight here the presence of the EU mission in Armenia, which has been mentioned, and for good reason, several times today. The mandate was recently extended for 2 more years. Since its launch in early 2023, this mission has conducted more than 4,000 patrols along the Armenia-Azerbaijan border. By observing and reporting on the ground, EUMA is contributing to human security. Last summer, the EU decided to support Armenia through the European Peace Facility. The measure of €10 million, providing non-lethal support to the armed forces, is now about to be implemented. And we have additionally engaged with the Armenian authorities in a security dialogue, and we are ready to provide support for security sector reforms on which we are now discussing. I would also like to mention the new EU Special Representative Magdalena Grono, who visited Armenia, visited the region. She works to ensure the EU's further support in promoting normalization, conflict settlement, and regional cooperation in the South Caucasus. Let me refer to the progress already made by Armenia and Azerbaijan in advancing border demarcation and delimitation. We encourage building on this positive example to find mutually acceptable solutions, including in the areas of connectivity, humanitarian issues. Some of these issues have been already mentioned today, but also the peace agreement discussions. The EU supports the vision on opening regional transport links under the respective country's sovereignty and national jurisdiction based on reciprocity, and in our view, these principles also underpin the Crossroads of Peace initiative. When it comes to humanitarian support, the EU stood by Armenia from the beginning when Karabakh Armenians started to flee. Together with our member states, we have mobilized in total over €100 million to address the urgent needs, but also bolster livelihoods, improve access to social services, and protect the human rights of those displaced. Our efforts also extend to refugee integration, socioeconomic support, and housing. My second point is about building resilience. Respect for human rights and rule of law is crucial here. We have heard earlier on the point made by Minister of Justice, but I would like to stress that we appreciate Armenia's continued commitment despite the complex regional environment. A week ago, we have had a useful exchange in the annual EU-Armenia Human Rights Dialogue, discussing issues where there is still work to be done, such as equality of women, the protection of LGBTIQ people, actions against domestic violence, rights of the child, of persons with disabilities, among others. Strong independent media is another important area, and we were happy to hear that the new gender strategy and action plan will be adopted next year. The government also plans to submit a comprehensive draft equality law soon. In the context of law enforcement and freedom of assembly, we welcome the commitment of the new management of the Ministry of Internal Affairs to address police reforms, anti-corruption, but also crowd management. The EU will offer its assistance in these efforts. My third point is about people-to-people contacts. Here I wish to highlight once more the very, very important and significant initiative of the visa liberalization dialogue. This initiative will make it easier for students, professionals, and citizens alike to connect and build lasting ties. It will require a strong reform commitment to prepare for well-managed mobility and security. I'm happy to report that intensive work has started with commitment on both sides to prepare a visa liberalization action plan for the way forward. I also want to stress the importance of engaging with youth. The young European ambassadors play an important role in promoting our relations. We are also about to establish an EU Youth Advisory Council in Armenia, aiming to encourage policymakers and stakeholders to consider young people's aspirations and needs in their policies. Finally, thousands of Armenian students will continue to benefit from Erasmus Plus exchanges. Closing, I would like to thank the National Assembly, co-chair of the committee, Arman Yekhoyan, but also all the membership of the European Integration Committee for our close cooperation in the past period, but also for your openness and engagement to continue these changes. Thank you very much, esteemed co-chairs.
Thank you, Ambassador Maragos. And now I give the floor to the members of the Parliament and members of the European Parliament. Please, would like to ask questions or provide remarks. Madam Yankevičiūtė, please.
Thank you very much. Maybe not so many questions because I got many answers during your presentation. Myself, I would like to say a few remarks in the light of this topic and also other topics. Myself, I see a huge turn in strategic thinking in your country since 2012, when I was first time here, at that time as Minister of Defense of Lithuania. And, you know, I will be very frank and open, I was back home with the kind of sadness, because we Lithuanians, we also always supported very much Armenian nation in their fights, this glorious nation with a very rich history. But at that time, it looked like for me that it was no light at the end of the tunnel. Just, you know, I will be very open again, saying that those conflicts among Azerbaijan and Armenia were used in a very positive way for Kremlin, you know, as a card in their hands. So now this shift and this turn into more strategic thinking, especially regarding the neighborhoods and especially positive attitude towards more cooperation with the EU, and also the last messages about the attempts to consolidate your nation and your political parties for European Union possible future membership. Of course, I applaud and I welcome very much. Also, Vice Minister, using this opportunity, I would like to welcome your voting yesterday in the United Nations. It's also some kind of turning point, which is very, very important in these turbulences globally. And this is what I wanted to express being here in this country, and I wish all political forces in your country to move into the more mutual understanding on your strategic goals, because I am repeating again and again, being here in Armenia third day, that the only way to achieve something is consolidation of the nation, consolidation of political forces, being in different political parties from Lithuania, two of us, but being also signatories of Lithuanian independence 35 years ago. We understand that how important it was fight inside the country, democracy, to keep democracy going, but on the other hand, to have common understanding, mutual understanding for the strategic goals of the country. So I wish this for the opposition parties and ruling party to keep going, to have understanding on fundamental rights of opposition as well, because strong opposition is also important part of democracy. So that is what I wanted to say, and good luck.
Thank you, Madam Yankevičiūtė. Mr. Andriukaitis, please.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much indeed for your excellent presentation. And you know, I listening to you, I refresh my memory, because in 1999, in 2001, we were responsible to implement acquis communautaire in Lithuania and to build very broad roadmap moving into direction to join the EU. And listening to you, I am very happy that you just mentioned very important areas, but my question is, are you ready to develop some capacity building plans? Because capacity building is now, for you, is very important issue. Do you have some areas where you can see possibilities to propose some, to develop twin projects together with some member states, for example, Lithuania, Latvia, or those who have a lot of experience? And it would be good to think about possibilities to find agreements and to develop some roadmap of twin projects in some areas where you can improve your capacities and to see how can you move forward, because your own experience only should allow you to move into the future. But I am very happy and I am so proud that now I am listening to you and that brilliant new direction. I welcome you. I wish you all the best. It's for my heart. I am ready to do my best. You know, I was Commissioner responsible for food safety and health. Why I'm stressing especially issues related to capacity buildings, because at that time, in time of Eastern Partnership, I met some your officials in area of food safety, official control, public health issues, and I see that capacity building is a huge problem in your country. If you have some roadmaps on some, or some ideas, it would be good to exchange our views. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Andriukaitis. Madam Lexman, Standing Rapporteur on Armenia, please.
Thank you very much. I would maybe also mention the fact that the world is changing, and Rasa has mentioned it very clearly, and it's very important that you understand that we do feel it as well inside of the European Union, that we have to change certain issues and we cannot go on business as usual. The axis of evil, countries which are not respecting human rights, are totalitarian, but economically becoming stronger and stronger, are coordinating better their efforts. On the other hand, we do know that we have also failed very often in having a principled foreign policy. We often were saying one thing and doing another thing. We often, and it was mentioned by, I think, now I don't remember who mentioned it a couple of times, probably the chair, that the prices of oil were more important than our principles. And we are now suffering as a result as well inside of the European, because we are losing the population to support the policy as we claim. We face that citizens in our countries are feeling that economically the European Union is not doing well, and we need to focus on that too. And this is the demand of our citizens, which then the response to you is that it's very important to invest more in diplomacy, to talk to the member states, because again, the foreign policy is not completely in the hands of the European Union, but it's a shared responsibility. To big part, it's still with the competence of the member states, and it's very important that the member states do understand the common interests, because there are common interests here, but it's very important that on the common interest there is a unity inside of Armenia as well, because otherwise it will be very difficult to defend your interests. Of course, we cannot forget about the past, and it's important to commemorate the genocide and to try to seek reconciliation there too. It's very important. We do know that there will be the 110th anniversary. We need to bring up the political prisoners, the prisoners of war, of the recent tragic part of your history. This is very important, and I'm not saying that we should forget it. We should remember that. We can try and invest into reconciliation, but on the other hand, we should look at the common denominator in between you and our citizens we represent, because this is very important in this context. And That's why I would like to encourage you to look where you can meet as the result of your efforts, and then reach out to member states. You have friends in the European Parliament. We belong to those. We will support you. But as I said, it's very important that you talk to the member states, because the world is changing and the citizens of the European Union are becoming to looking into more their own interests, which is legitimate in these difficult times. But then we have to, of course, see the context of our relationship and your aspirations of European future, which we believe that these aspirations will definitely bring profits also to the European citizens. But we need to jointly look into the path and the different steps that need to be done in order to achieve this goal. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Lexman. Dear colleagues, please.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I do respect too much the format. That's why I'm not turning this into the dialogue regarding the answers of the Minister. I have quite a few things to add regarding this topic. First of all, I do think that the EU owes Armenian nation a direct, exact, vivid answer where this process leads. What is the timetable? What is the realistic approach for that? Because we, the politicians, well, at least some of us, do understand the reality. But this process can cause, as Honorable Ambassador said, too high expectations, which at the end of the day will cause big troubles for all of us. Because the population now, thanks to the some satellite parties of the ruling party, is expecting that we will be part of the EU by the end of the year. So it's really important, and the EU owes this to us. Second, I'm extremely sorry that you have to hear about it, because you are not the people that I want to be heard about it, and I'm more than thankful for all you have done in the European Parliament for my country. And again, sorry that you have to listen to that. But I do think that the European Union needs to have some clarity. There is a history of the EU-Qatar energy deal where the human rights issue and other issues of democratic freedoms were inserted in the framework of the energy deal. But we don't see the same story in case of Azerbaijan. And again, I'm sorry, you are not the recipients of this message. And last but not least, this is towards my government, well, at least people in charge. I do think, and it's in my in amendments that I have presented, that the next time the PPC meeting has to be based on some measurable, written evaluation of SEPA implementation process. Because if you look at what is PPC about, it's firstly about the parliamentary oversight of SEPA process, SEPA implementation process. The speeches are very good, but I do believe that we need a written, measurable, transparent monitoring report about the SEPA implementation process, and that's my question to the Mr. Hovhannis and to the Vice Minister of the Foreign Affairs. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mamidjanan. Any more questions? No? Madam Lexman was first, and then Mr. Andriukaitis, please.
Maybe a short answer, but I'm sure colleagues will add. When it comes to the goal of the Armenian membership, I think that the understanding is that you cannot have a promise of marriage when you start to date someone, and this is practically where we are at the moment. And of course, we can foresee the goal, and now I guess both sides are wishing for the goal. But there are many things which can happen on both sides, which are unpredictable, and we have lots of homework, as I said, because the citizens of our member states are less and less supportive of enlargement, more and more focused on their own issues and problems we face, especially economic issues. And we will not have an easy job to persuade the citizens. And you know that the ratification process has to go through all the member states, where some member states will have to have a referenda, some member states will have to have it approved by the National Assembly. Many things can be happening on your side. So let's work together, let's do our best in order to pursue the aim, which is your membership inside of the European Union, without kind of demanding the promise of the other side of the final stage. And when it comes to the agreement with Azerbaijan, I completely agree with you. The human rights conditions should have been there. But on the other hand, we do have the human rights conditions in other bilateral treaties, and they are just, piece of paper. They're not even, for example, with China, often the human rights situation is not even mentioned, unfortunately, when there are bilateral negotiations between the Commission and the representative of the Chinese Communist Party. I'm stipulating this because we are often forgetting inside of the European Union with whom we are actually dealing. And the question then is it better that it's mentioned there and both sides ignore it, or is it better that it's not even mentioned there because then it's maybe more honest? And I'm now very critical of the EU, and I'm critical of the EU also when on the soil of the European Union, because unfortunately this is, I believe, from our side, something which undermines the project and undermines your trust into the project. But unfortunately, this is the reality we have to face. You have your friends, you have members in the European Parliament who are focusing on human rights, protection of human rights. We are bringing these issues again and again, also the failures when it comes to the relationship between the EU and Azerbaijan. We do our best. You do have your friends, and we will continue doing our best. But unfortunately, reality is never ideal, but we have to do our best in order to get closer to the ideal.
Thank you, Madam Leixman. Mr. Andriukaitis, please, and Madam Inkevich.
Of course, I will continue when you just raised the question about final data or something. We are just in the beginning, not at the end. It is up to Armenia to decide. Up to Armenia to decide, not up to Lithuania, to Slovakia, Czech Republic, Slovenia. No. It means that, of course, when we are speaking about EU, please keep in mind, EU is a very democratic club of quite different member states, which are based on values. But of course, constitutional situations, of course, legal frames, a lot of interesting topics would be. But when we are speaking about necessity to develop our common view and strategy, first of all, it is in the hands of Armenian people. And of course, speaking about SEPA implementation plan, of course, also we can see from both sides. And it would be good to have, monitoring and some, where we are all together from EU side, from Armenian side. But it is method of working method only, which should be on the in every our meeting, not something so big or something challenging. Of course, speaking about situation with expectations. We all are facing a lot of difficulties. If you compare 2004 and 2025, completely different situation. But today's geopolitical environment absolutely different. And Armenia has a chance to change your geopolitical security issue. There's, of course, a lot at stake. But we need to understand, are we all capable to have some common roadmap in which direction we are all going together? If you will decide that your partnership should be developed into next stage, being, the candidate country, It's a lot of work and a lot of capacity building, a lot of efforts, a lot of acquis communautaire. It's a difficult job. It's not like that, we need to understand, I don't know how many parliamentary circles will be when we will finish our negotiations. All issues are in our hands.
Thank you, Mr. Andriukaitis. Madam Yankevičiūtė, and then Mr. Jari.
Just trying to answer your question, or I saw amendments from your party on also on those issues. We had a talk yesterday with you on that. But on enlargement such, and I will not campaign on possible your membership. It's not my business to campaign, to engage you for that. It's your decision. It's not EU decision. Without decision of one or another nation, will be no response. Nobody will say you that you have. Please come to us. It's not like European Union is working. It's maybe some other countries, they want to change thinking of the people, like it goes in Ukraine, that some countries say that they are not Ukrainians, you have to be like differently thinking people. It's not EU case. I will not campaign on that, but just to say a little bit what is happening with the enlargement, understanding on enlargement, not yes in all the countries, but the thinking is changing. Turning point was 2022, 3 years ago, when this bloody war, large-scale war started. Before that, it was at least no debates in EU about further enlargement, especially to the Eastern Partnership countries. Ukraine, other countries were not mentioned. Immediately after that, European Parliament adopted, and then process started with Ukraine, when Ukraine now is have candidate status, and Georgia as well. Georgia is a different case, but nevertheless. So it's turning point. Why? Because one of the reasons many of us understood, some of us understood before, of course, that those gray zones in the European continent, insecurity zones, insecure zones, it's also the reason of this bloody war. It's not because somebody provoked, it's opposite. Gray zones and those insecurity zones are the provocation for some authoritarian regimes to act. So it happened. And now we have different understanding. Ukraine is moving forwards, despite that this bloody war is still going, and they are defending their right to live together with us in the same European family with their blood. It's of course terrible outcome, but it took 14 years for us since we became members of EU, I mean Lithuania, 14 years. And that was not easy approach. Nobody were waiting us, just saying, please come, please come. It was our decision, and we were trying to do our best. But what I would like to say to you, when you say that nobody is replying to our first reading, nobody from EU are saying that you are welcome, it's not because you have to get this message, but the goal to achieve EU standards before you will become EU members, it's beneficiary process for your people especially. It's not like, everything will happen in one day and you become members of European. I know from my country, it was beneficiary to fulfill those requirements with so-called white books, be it in social affairs, be it in justice, be it in rule of law, be it in other issues. Without membership, full membership, it was clear that we are benefiting a lot doing reforms. So this is why I think it's very important, first of all, to concentrate and to send very clear message to European Union that you are in favor. And if you will be fighting among yourselves, I'm sorry for my openness, So more consensus will be inside the European Union, and especially in those member states, they have still concerns about this region. Is it Europe? Truly, is it possible to have South Caucasus countries in the European Union or not? You need to have a lot of friends there, and good messages from your country is the most important today to us, your advocates, as Armenian friends, to be more active and to be your advocates in European Parliament or Commission or elsewhere.
Thank you. Mr. Yada, please.
First of all, I must to say that I'm glad that I'm here today speaking to the members of the Parliament in Armenia. Just keep in mind that we are come here as a friend. We are come here to help you as European Union. On the other hand, coming from Cyprus, one of the last borders, the last gate of Christianity like your country, like you said yesterday, I would like to confirm you that we feel the pain that you feel. Even from Azerbaijan aggression, even from war crimes like genocide committed by Turkey to your nation, and also we don't forget the cooperation that they still exist between Azerbaijan and Turkey in Nagorno-Karabakh disaster. Like we said in our country, Cyprus, Greece, Armenia, common history, common pain, common struggle. I like to express my point of view that only inside European Union you can secure your future for your nation, for your people, for your child. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please, Mr. Mamijanan.
I will be... I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Madam Lawson, please. Sorry for...
Sorry for that. I just wanted to react on the European aspiration of Armenia. First, let us say it, because I have not heard it yet. It's an honor for the European Union to see so many countries looking towards our projects and our union. And I can understand why in the very confused time we are living, a union of rule of law, democracy, respect for values is something that third countries are interested in. And I think you're right. Of course it will take time. Of course it is a demanding perspective. But other countries did it before. It was not easier. They were also coming from former Soviet republics, for some of them, or anyway from countries with very different histories, and they managed, and now they are in the European Union. Whether the EU in the future will be exactly the EU as we see it today, this I doubt, because we have focused on a number of priorities in the past, which may differ in the future. And also because the bigger we become, the more we will engage in different speeds European Union, as it is already the case. For instance, Schengen doesn't include all EU members. The euro is not shared by all EU members. And I think that, for instance, on security and defense, there will be more done by able and willing first, and others will join. So this European perspective should be seen as joining a project which is still in the making, and which will probably be very different in 10 years' time from what it is today.
Thank you, Madame Loisson. Yeah, please, Mr. Mamijanan.
Thank you. I will try to be extremely brief. First of all, regarding the values, for not having any misunderstanding. I'm the representative of the political party that has signed the SEPA agreement. We worked for it. We worked very hard, and it was extremely hard to get to the point when CEPA was signed, and we are proud that the relations between the European Union and Armenia are now regulated and based on the agreement that we signed and we worked on. Second, that we do share the Christian democratic and the European values. They are common for us, and there is no doubt that Armenia is Europe. But I will continue Ms. Lexman's example. We are not just starting to date. Armenia is already married. I will be the first one who will speak about the elephant in the room. We are a member of Eurasian Economic Union. Our economy is highly dependent on that. Is it good, is it bad? It's another story. But you are asking a married person about a divorce. You are not asking, sorry, paraphrasing it, but we need a divorce. And I think it's normal when me, as a representative of the people, have some questions. What are we going to get? What's the final goal? Once more, never doubt that our goals, our values regarding democracy, regarding human rights, regarding security, regarding Christian democratic values are the same. There is no doubt in this past. But I have a responsibility for my people. That's what I was talking about. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mamidjanan. And Mr. Andriukaitis and then Mr. Yagoyan, I presume, would like to also...
Thank you so much. First of all, EU is not based on Christian values, it's based on human rights and common values. I belong to social democrats. For me, it's absolutely acceptable that I have Christian democrats around, liberals and so on. Second, EU is based on the rule of law. Rule of law. And third, you just mentioned the Eurasian Customs Union. It's very important issue to listen to, because Ukraine also belonged to Eurasian Customs Union before Maidan situation. And I spent many times dealing with your countries, being commissioner and discussing different standards, different equivalents, different, technical issues. How can we work together, allowing your goods to join into European Union single market? I see a lot of opportunities, options. It's not always, it's not necessary to discuss about those technical issues, but first of all, up to you to decide. Are you ready to be members of our single market? It's up to you to decide. And it can take a lot of time. Of course, you just mentioned the situation with dependence on Russia. For sure, it's up to you to decide in which area you are now, or if you are ready to join single market. One story. If not, another one. But it's up to you Armenian people to decide.
Thank you, Mr. Andriukaitis. Madam Lexman, please.
Thank you very much. The way how you phrased it was as if the closer relationship between Armenia and the European Union was demanded only from the European Union side. Because you said that you are married and we are asking you to marry someone else. And maybe we should deviate from this example, because then we can get into details again and again, which would lead nowhere. The fact that you are still part of the Euro-Asian Customs Union and getting closer to the European Union, and our openness to start to walk the path, which everybody said it will be difficult, it will very demanding, but still bring positive results economically, but also in terms of the guarantee of democracy and protection of human rights, that already the path is something which is profitable for the people of Armenia. We do understand the complexity of the issue, and your membership in the Eurasian Customs Union. And despite of the fact that the European Union is ready to walk the walk with you, and I think this is because we respect the situation and we do not want to push you into the edges. And this needs to be understood in the relationship, that we are looking at your situation in a complex way, also in a geopolitical way. We are not asking you to do steps which might be risky or too demanding from your side. But I think that you understand also our side is that, as I said, the final result needs to be going through referenda or discussion in the National Assembly, and we cannot promise it, because if we did, it would be very irresponsible, because this is democracy. I mean, we don't know how many years the war will last, we don't know in what situation our countries will be, and we cannot guarantee the outcome, but we can only guarantee what we can influence is that we will do our best in order to achieve the best results for Armenia, and we believe that this is also for the European Union, that one day we will be united in one union.
Anyone else from the European Parliament side?
Maybe if you mentioned the example.
We will give an opportunity to the rapporteurs to round up it afterwards. Please.
You want to say something, Ms. Kalistyan?
Thank you, dear colleagues, dear guests. I welcome this very useful and valuable exchange of ideas and opinions, and I really appreciate the recommendations, the honest review and opinions coming from our European partners, members of the Parliament. I just couldn't restrain myself from providing a short feedback on the replic what I heard regarding the Armenia. I think I very appreciate the metaphoric examples which might simplify our complex world, but this is not the case. Armenia is not married to anyone and anything. And our cooperation with the European Union is not an extramarital affair. I think it is not appropriate to simplify these very complex geopolitical circumstances and situations to these metaphorics. So I just wanted to reconfirm our commitment under the bilateral agreements, the CEPA agreement, as we've mentioned, all of the commitments that we have taken in direction to the approximation of the European Union. Yes, we do have certain delays and maybe issues in their implementation, technical part. But as for the political commitment, I think the recent adoption of the draft law by the Parliament is just a very sound notice about our political commitment. We are committed, and of course we are expecting also a helping hand from the European colleagues in the implementation process. But I think we're moving towards deepening our cooperation, and we're committed to it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And if there are any other comments on this specific topic, I would like to have just a very short one. Mr. Mamidjanian said that there are parties that tell our people that Armenia might become a member of European Union this year. It's not true. No one has ever said, no one has ever hinted that Armenia can become a member, not even a candidate, but a member of European Union, like literally this year. No one, it's not in our public discourse, quite the opposite. Specifically the ruling party and other responsible experts and politicians, they always say that it's a long process. I have never heard of, there is no any case of any country becoming EU member in the course of 1 year or already 10 months till the end of the year, so it's not true. But at the same time, I should say that yes, we should avoid some unrealistic expectations or overestimated expectations, and we should clearly say to our people what it means becoming a member of European Union and what it means to take that path, what we should change in the country and what we should change in our international relations. Yes, that we should say, but we have never created an unrealistic expectations, especially regarding the timing. I myself have said it a number of times that it's a long process. We haven't even yet signed an association agreement in its classical sense, which would include a DCFTA. Only this step itself might take years, and not to speak about becoming a candidate state and ultimately a member state if the political decision is there. So I had to make this clarification for our colleagues from European Parliament. Thanks, and we will now...
No, just we have to... So, I would also like to add something. No, Armenia unfortunately will not become a member of the European Union by the end of this year. I do appreciate that our Armenian colleagues understand the risk of inflated expectations. It's very important. But if or when Armenia will fulfill all the criteria and undertake the reform, Armenia will find itself as a country in a much better position to choose unions, to choose cooperation, to choose what your country and your nation wants to do. And now what I would like to give the floor back to Deputy Minister Hovhannisyan and Ambassador Maragas for the reactions. If you've got any, obviously, please.
Thanks a lot. First of all, thanks to distinguished members of European Parliament for encouraging statements and understanding of our complex situation. I took two questions. One was on the capacity. Indeed, it is a challenging issue. We work now hard to see what additions should be made. Relevant ministries should have these special departments now to deal with the issues, and we also rely on support from European Union in this regard. We already have a special advisor from European Union in the office of our Deputy Prime Minister. We have from some member states, from France, it's 5 advisors in relevant ministries. It's infrastructure, it's emergency situation, it's the Ministry of Defense, it's Ministry of Health, and more coming. So, of course, the assistance of European Union would be important, crucial, and we work closely with our EU friends, with Ambassador on weekly, if not daily level on those issues, so hopefully that would be addressed. To the issue of Mr. Mamidjanian, yes, we could present actually more detailed report. That would be more technical and, of course, more. It was not used to this format, but why not? We could think about presenting more detailed information next time, and probably engage the representative of the Office of Deputy Prime Minister who is coordinating the issue. Again, thank you.
Thank you. Ambassador, please.
I want also to thank all the participants for very, very interesting and very important points made. I think this dialogue advances the better understanding on both sides, possible expectations, managing of expectations, but I really think that in Armenia people are very well aware what are the procedures for entering the European Union, what are the criteria, if there is a need for further explanations. I'm sure all the institutions, all the member states, but also us, the European Union delegation, we can give you more information. I want here to mention that we have regular meetings with the Committee of European Integration in the National Assembly. We discuss our cooperation, we discuss reforms, and there is an opportunity for a very close further exchange. If there is a need for further discussions and even more technical ones, we are ready to undertake this additional effort together. I want also to recall that in the context of CEPA, and I want to really pay tribute to everybody who has contributed to the negotiations and the signing of this very important agreement. In the context of CEPA, we have, apart from the Joint Parliamentary Committee, we have also the Parliamentary the Partnership Council, which is monitoring the overall implementation. And then we have all the technical work which is taking place at the level of the Partnership Committee. The last meeting was here in June. And then the Partnership subcommittees, which are working very closely, exchanging information. Lots of this information transparently is shared also publicly. And when it comes to the Partnership Council, which has the overall responsibility, I want to recall that the European Commission is publishing a partnership implementation report every year. Last year, just before the Partnership Council in February, we published a very comprehensive report. It doesn't go to all the technicalities, so further work, as the Deputy Minister has said, is happening, and we are ready to see how we can share this information. But I think the big picture, it's a complex one, is known, and actually we are really talking here about reforms in many areas. I just highlighted a few from the work that we are doing on a daily basis, but actually behind these very few areas that I highlighted, there is a lot which is ongoing. And actually I just spent, before actually Minister came, I just said a few sentences about the visa liberalization dialogue process, but here again I want to stress that we are working on a very, very technical level in order to identify the issues, and this will go to the action plan. So the technical work is going. As Mr. Andriukaitis and other members mentioned, there is a need for further capacity building. You can be guided also by the experience of other partners who have gone through the visa liberalization dialogue, through the association processes in the past. But I'm sure that there is a lot of capacity, there is great potential in Armenia, as there is political will also to strengthen the possibility and the capacity to deliver. We are working together, but in reality we are talking about ownership, which is there, and I hope it can be further demonstrated with the delivery of further results in all the areas, the more political ones, but also the more technical ones, sometimes affecting the life of people. And I want to mention one very important piece of information. Yesterday, the European Commission has adopted a regulation allowing Armenia to export fishery products. This is also done, has been done because of all the huge technical work which has been done in the past period, that I want here to pay tribute to all of you who have contributed to that. So the work is there, the results are coming one by one, but this requires, I think, further determination. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Deputy Minister Hovhannisyan. Thank you, Ambassador Maragas. So this part is closed. Now we're moving back to point number 6. So I will be giving the floor back to my co-chair, Mr. Yagayan, and afterwards we will finally have a coffee break.
Thank you very much. So under the topic of consolidation of democratic reforms, the rule of law and the protection of fundamental freedoms in Armenia, Minister of Interior, Ms. Arpine Sargsyan will have a speech.
Thank you very much, distinguished chairs, distinguished representatives of the diplomatic corpus, distinguished parliamentarians. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude for participation, because it is really very important to use the platforms that give the opportunity to share with our experience we have up to now, and also to identify the upcoming flagships that will be acceptable for both sides. For the Ministry of Internal Affairs, we are speaking about a newly established ministry, and what is important that within the framework of 2 years of our work, we already tried to introduce the international practice. The establishment of this ministry was not a goal in itself. It pursued the aim to have a civil governance and control and these are within the mandate of our ministry. I first of all speak about policy. We have a new reality that either the National Assembly or our public and NGOs use all the tool sets that are typical of such procedures, and we try to do a situation assessment, evaluation, and to give appropriate responses. I would like to say that it is very important for us to have a workable staff that will be able to apply this philosophy in reality, and with support of EU partners Lithuania and Latvia, we tried to improve the skills of our staff, and now we have quite good outcomes. We can do good budget planning, funding planning within the framework of services that are delivered to our citizens by the ministry. When speaking about capacity building, I should say that this is an ongoing and continuative process. We will continue building our capacities, as it was very much spoken about visa liberalization or accession of Armenia to EU. I would like to speak from this perspective. I speak about our actions in the sphere of migration. I would like to say that by establishing this ministry, we wanted to fulfill the whole complete chain of migration, and everything should be done under one roof. This institutionalized reform is in place already. We have the fully working migration service, within the framework of which we tried to make use of experience of around 30 countries, but we should continue. At this moment, we work on a new strategy for migration strategy, and here it is important to have one unified document that will show on behalf of the country which is the policy of the migration service. Surely visa liberalization is the sum up of all of our reforms, because we have a shift from the level of speeches to the level of real actions. We see actual actions, and we see that there is will to continue in this way. I quite often mention that visa liberalization process can never be a goal in itself. This is an opportunity for the state to introduce a number of standards in its country and to go to a more citizen-oriented state and have the citizens on the focus when delivering a number of services. And I'm very happy that we had the first mission from the EU to Armenia. A number of technical issues have already been discussed. We are looking forward to the second mission, and I'm very happy that according to our initial planning, in spring we will have already our action plan that we will follow up to fulfill everything, because once more I would like to mention that this is a good opportunity for the Republic of Armenia to have modern standards in different spheres. The first step, we can say, has already been made within the rationale that we have very important system in Armenia with a number of deviating from it, driving from it effects, and now the Republic of Armenia has very high standards for protection of individual data, personal data, and we have two international organizations already, which has its headquarters in France, the other one in Germany. They already submitted their action plan. I am sure that in the second half of this year we will be able to deliver these services to our citizens. When speaking about migration, we should also speak about border governance. Here we made a number of steps inter alia with our partners from the National Security Service. This is a sphere where we should make steps, and I'm sure that in the visa liberalization action plan we will have a number of steps for this purpose. When speaking about reforms in the area of policy. I would like to say that we have very positive outcomes. And this is recorded also by the international community and also by our society. A number of surveys have been conducted within our citizens, and they show that our actions build trust among citizens to the policy. By funding of our EU partners, around 70% of those who participated in the survey trust the policy and rely on their actions. This is a level that should be maintained and even increased, and all other reforms that are towards this direction is that we have a number of other services in different centers, in different operative centers. We have operative centers to give operative response to our citizens' calls. We already have the right of assemblies, and it is very important for us to have good standards for this purpose, for the policy to have new standards for the assemblies and the right of assemblies. And the National Assembly already confirmed the new Guardian law for the policy workers. This will bring new standards, especially for the forces. Surely, when speaking about reforms in the policy and in order to have them more constructive, in 2024, government confirmed 2024-2026 new strategy for the reforms in policy, and I should reaffirm that it has been developed as a result of our bilateral cooperation and also as a result of our discussions with our partners and also inclusion of our civil society and young and focused discussions with them. Now we try to fight against criminal actions and to develop a plan for fight against crimes. We will try to finalize our works with, and this will be a new achievement for our cooperation and for also fight against crimes. Very briefly, I would also speak about disaster risk management sphere, because it was mentioned by my colleague that we have expert support with this respect, and today, adjunct to our ministry, we have an expert who supports us in the context of disaster risk management. I would like to thank for this, because we need to assess our responses to disasters and our mechanisms used in this, and this will enable us to provide new standards in this context. Last year, unfortunately, we had very bad accidents in Tavush and Lori when we had many losses, but taking lessons from this, I would like to say that we tried to evaluate our situation in Lori and Tavush with new standards, and we also tried to understand which post-disaster programs should be in place here. And I should like to say that this toolset also helped us to identify a number of gaps, to identify also our good experiences that will enable us to make our processes more standardized. I would like also to highlight that in the near future, we will also come to our reforms for the rescue service, because the last direction that is in the ministry as a direction that should be reformed is the rescue services and the disaster risk management block. I believe that the new project that we are negotiating about with our EU partners will enable us to have tangible reforms in the rescue service, because though huge humanitarian work has been done for many years in this field, we need to go in tune with the modern standards to understand what reforms should be done. If I continue, dear colleagues, dear partners, about our actions to be taken in the ministry, it will take quite a long time, so let me stop here. Let me thank you once more for such an opportunity. Let me thank the European friends for this value-based cooperation, because it is very important that we share your values, and the ministry and the mandate of the ministry share those values. Thank you. Thank you. Do you have any questions, dear colleagues? Mr. Mamijanyan?
Thank you. Sarkisyan, I have a few questions regarding the amendments that are presented, and I do believe that my partners have to hear about it. First of all, I do agree we need reforms, not because we have to, or we want to, or we will enter any geopolitical organization, but because we do need them, because we want to live in a better place, and we want to build a more secure country. I have two questions. First, what is the situation regarding the internal investigations for those policemen who, in my opinion, have used excessive force against peaceful protesters? And please pay attention, I phrase my words very clearly. And second, very particular one. What is the situation regarding the investigation, internal investigation, I believe, regarding the case of Samvel Vartanyan, who is an activist who was tortured while being at the custody, while being in the police car by people with masks? I'm saying this for our colleagues to be aware of the situation. Please, can we have the current situation on these two internal investigations? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mamijanyan, for the questions. It seems, I think, that the authorizations of the ministry is very clear. On different occasions, I've had the occasion to speak about these questions as well, that any exercise, unproportional exercise of force, unproportional as we say it, obviously the ministry's internal safety and anti-corruption department has to start internal investigation. But per the legislation adopted by the National Assembly, such cases have to be stopped if there is in parallel going a criminal case. Because it is the criminal case that is considered the higher institution appropriate to give the answers to the questions. If in the context of the freedom of assembly, in the cases that you are mentioning, including the case of Mr. Samvel Vartanyan, in the investigative committee there is already launched a criminal proceeding. Therefore, I cannot afford to give any assessment at all on them, because I represent the executive branch of the power, and I understand where my authorities stop. It is the investigative committee that has to give the answers to your questions, and I think time will come for them to give those answers. Thank you. Thank you.
From the members. If not, then I would have to thank Ms. Minister for indeed the comprehensive report, and with this, the discussions under the sixth topic are over, and we will go for a coffee break for some 15 minutes, not more, please, and we will continue.
We also signed for the arrival day or not?
No, Saturday, no. Ah, this is mine. No,
I think this is yours, yeah.
No, no, no. Thank you.
The original one.
Shall we start, dear colleagues? So we are now at point 7 of our agenda. That's about EU support to Armenia's resilience through economic, trade and energy cooperation and diversification. I welcome Mr. Narek Ovakimyan, Deputy Minister of Economy of the Republic of Armenia, who is joining Ambassador Maragos to discuss with us on this topic. We are actually aware of the multiple challenges that Armenia is facing, be it as a result of the aggressive posture of its neighbor or the hybrid threats posed by its former security partner, who has been revealed as a major source of insecurity, or of the difficult situation of the refugees. Supporting the country's resilience against these challenges is a top EU priority. The EU Economic and Investment Plan, which is now forming a part of the wider Global Gateway Initiative, was launched with the aim to help Armenia build a sustainable, dynamic and resilient economy, and we welcome the fact that it's already managed to mobilize significant investment in strategically important projects such as North-South Corridor across Armenia. Now the key aspect to build resilience for Armenia seems to be diversifying Armenia's trade, its economy, and in particular its energy sector. It's rather worrying that the recent trend has been going in the opposite direction, with Armenia's trade with Russia soaring. This increases the country's vulnerability at a time when it's least convenient. I believe this is also the most important issue to tackle when it comes to the current debate on Armenia's European aspirations. So it's crucial for us to make sure that the EU's funding allocated for Armenia until 2027 under the so-called Resilience and Growth Plan helps to create the conditions for trade and investments to flourish between the EU and Armenia. Energy is absolutely central here. On the one hand, increasing energy efficiency and boosting renewable energy production need continued government and EU support as investments in energy security. And there is no time to lose to proceed with the preparation of the replacement of the Metsamor nuclear power plant, which needs to be decided soon. Let me stop here and pass the floor to Ambassador is at the moment not in the room, so if you don't mind, I will first pass the floor to Deputy Minister Ovakimyan. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, dear co-chairs, distinguished guests. I would like to present the strategy that we are working on now in the ministry. We are already in the phase of finalizing and confirming it. Here, the role of our EU partners is very important in the process of development of the export strategy. The strategy has been based on the studies of the working markets where we are positioned with our products. Here we studied how new products can be placed in those markets. We mostly put stress on quality because we understand that when speaking about export, we firstly should base our strategy on the quality of the goods and products, and the standards, we should be in compliant with the standards of the countries we are exporting to, otherwise it would be vulnerable. Here it is very notable to speak about the fact that the operating markets do not hinder the process of increasing the level of the new ones. We should increase the quality and not the quantity. Within this rationale, we not only with our strategy, but within the framework of EU cooperation, we try to improve the role of infrastructure. In our plan for the near future, we have the plan for capacity building, which will enable us for accredited laboratories in the Republic of Armenia. Those laboratories can introduce their documents, and those documents can be recognized also in the EU member states. In our strategy, we put much importance also to extra products. We need to pay more attention to complex products. As for other topics that were raised, all these topics found their place in our strategy. This refers to the renewable energy. This much about the strategy. If you have questions, feel free to raise them.
This is Ambassador Morgus, and the floor is yours, please. And then we will go for the questions from MEPs and members of the Parliament.
Thank you very much. Again, good afternoon to everybody, esteemed chairs, honorable members. Enhancing infrastructure, EU-Armenia economic cooperation, but also trade and energy diversification are key for reducing Armenia's vulnerability to external shocks. Considering the complex regional and geopolitical situation, these are absolutely essential elements of Armenia's security as well. This is why we have launched the Resilience and Growth Plan, which was mentioned also earlier. This plan aims to enhance economic resilience, investment in connectivity and in businesses. It will strengthen Armenian institutions, but also support nuclear and aviation safety, as well as economic diversification. This comes on top of our ongoing portfolio and the more than 600 million euros of investments, both grants and loans, which have been mobilized under the Economic and Investment Plan and the Global Gateway. The focus under this plan has been on small and medium-sized enterprises, education, green transition, but also the resilience of the southernmost province of Syunik. Let me stress further our work in three key areas for economic resilience. First, when it comes to investments in infrastructure and connectivity, I want to mention the North-South Road, which has received EU assistance, in particular when it comes to the Lanchik-Gyumri section. The ongoing review of the design of the Gyumri bypass is also being funded by the EU. These are very concrete projects which benefit businesses and citizens, but also improve road safety. Under the Economic and Investment Plan and the EU Global Gateway, the construction of the Sizan-Kajaran Road will further bolster economic growth, regional security, environmental resilience, and also bring Syunik much closer to Yerevan and to the rest of the country. In November, the European Investment Bank signed a loan of up to 236 million euro with Armenia to co-finance the construction of this segment. Increased interconnectivity with neighbors can also ensure Armenia's long-term energy security. To this end, the European Commission supports Armenia's participation in regional initiatives such as the Black Sea electricity cable. The Caucasus transmission network will also receive additional funding this year. This will allow Armenia to develop its full potential in terms of renewable energies. Moreover, in November, the EU announced a grant of over 2 million euro for energy efficiency improvements across Yerevan. This complements another 25 million loan from the European Investment Bank, which was signed 1 year earlier. And the funding will be used to renovate over 100,000 square meters of public buildings, focusing on reducing energy consumption, CO2 emissions, but also refurbishments, which are planned for 6 polyclinics and 32 kindergartens in Yerevan. The European Union has also invested more than 70 million in nuclear safety in Armenia, 70 million euro. Armenia is, after Ukraine, the biggest beneficiary of support by the European Union in nuclear safety. Currently, we are implementing several projects at the Armenian nuclear power plant for a total value of more than 10 million euro, but also we are supporting the Armenian Nuclear Regulatory Agency. Additional funding has been allocated to strengthen the capacity of the agency and the Nuclear and Radiation Safety Center, providing very concrete safety improvements for the citizens of Armenia. Building on these achievements, we need to upgrade our work on energy efficiency, energy security, and interconnectivity further. This will create new economic opportunities, but also reduce dependencies. Second, economic diversification and investments in the private sector. Only in 2023, the European Union supported more than 6,000 SMEs in Armenia, which has created close to 20,000 jobs. The trends are continuing. New opportunities for local small and medium-sized enterprises, the agricultural sector, women entrepreneurs and micro firms have emerged through a new financial package of almost 170 million euro, which has been signed back in November, providing commercial banks from the European Investment Bank and the European Commission, providing to commercial banks the funding for lending to small and medium-sized enterprises. This will also help to further support the financial sector. We also continued our partnership with the international financial institutions to provide equity financing in Armenia. This is a very innovative way, which is actually existing in this region only in Armenia, due to your expertise and the existence of very good equity firms. And we have laid in this way down the initial steps to work on the future development of Armenia's capital market, which is also another element of diversification. In parallel, the EU offers assistance for developing sustainable and more export-oriented value chains, in particular in the apparel and agri-food sector. In 2024, the work has started to enhance global recognition and quality control to boost exports of one of your most iconic products, the Armenian brandy. With EU support, export infrastructure is also being strengthened with a new customs terminal starting in 2025. In addition, the European Union has deployed a high-level advisor to support economic and trade diversification efforts. This initiative is further strengthened by the inclusion of other additional experts concentrating on the export sector. We have heard from the Deputy Minister about the new export strategy. The aim is to provide comprehensive assistance in redefining and enhancing Armenia's trade strategies, ensuring sustainable growth and integration into global markets. Our future work in this field should include concrete steps regarding trade and market access, differentiation in investments and access to finance, more facilitation when it comes to access to finance. Support for innovation and the digital economy is also very high on our agenda, together with agriculture and sustainable development. Human capital and skills development is a further priority, as well as the infrastructure development that I have already mentioned. But in this respect, I want to stress in particular our work on investing on quality infrastructure, but also the different investments we have made over the past few years to develop differentiation in the area of tourism, including cultural and specialized tourism. This approach underscores the EU's commitment to strengthening Armenia's economic fabric, paving the way for a more prosperous and diversified economic future, both when it comes to import and export, access to finance, but also the development of the internal market. Third, turning to trade, I want to stress that the European Union was Armenia's fourth largest trading partner in 2024, accounting for almost 8% of the total trade. But much more can be done to enhance our trade flows for our mutual benefit, but also improving Armenia's resilience. Stepping up the implementation of the trade aspects of CEPA will contribute to diversifying exports, and as I mentioned earlier, a decision has been taken actually yesterday to include Armenia to the list of the countries which can export fish to the European Union, and this is due to very concrete technical work which has happened in the previous period. Armenia also holds significant economic potential in the cultural and specialized tourism, and as I mentioned, under the Catapult Creative Accelerator program, the EU has been supporting creative and cultural industries in Armenia to catalyze a thriving creative economy. We have, for example, supported the development of a laboratory at the Matanadaran Institute of Ancient Manuscripts that our MEPs and staff from the European Parliament had the possibility to visit on Sunday, and I hope this visit was appreciated. Education and skills development is a key for developing a competitive economy. It will continue to be an important element of our joint work. I wish to mention here as an example our cooperation with TUMO, the Center for Creative Industries and Technologies, with worldwide reputation and outreach. Next Sunday, we will open a newly built TUMO Center in Kapan, in Syunik, which has been constructed with a significant EU contribution. We also have a joint project to transform, with TUMO, to transform the historic Gyumri market into an international culinary school, a hub for culinary and cultural tourism and gastronomy, but also developing the local value chains, the agricultural economy in particular. Dear co-chairs, dear members, by working together, government, Team Europe, international partners, civil society, the economic actors, I'm sure we will be achieving further concrete results for the benefit of citizens of Armenia, but also to strengthen the competitiveness of Armenian businesses. This will help to raise living standards, but also strengthen the resilience of Armenia. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador. Dear colleagues, members of the Parliament and members of the European Parliament, who would like to ask questions or make any comments? Really? Then I would need to say thank you to our rapporteurs, and we are moving further on to point number 8. And this is now the duty of co-chair to run further on our meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Ushakov.
Thank you so once again.
Thank you, dear colleagues. Under the topic number 8, we discuss EU-Armenia cooperation in addressing regional and global security challenges and the process of normalization of relations between Armenia and its neighbors. And the floor is yours, Mr. Hovhannisyan, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs. Mr. Balui Hovhannisyan will present a report, please.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. I would be very brief on EU-Armenia cooperation in addressing regional and global security challenges, since I addressed some of aspects in the first presentation and showing that this area, which was never priority with the EU, now became probably #1 priority. And we already discussed the important developments there. I would briefly present the process of our relations with neighbors. Of course, dear friends, you're aware of our challenges and situations, and judging from resolutions and statements and calls, all the nuances of this complex situation you are very much aware of. I would just briefly present you the state of our negotiations with Azerbaijan. We presented the last version of the peace treaty. Basically, there is 2 chapters which are pending. One relates to Yuma, the other one to judicial cases. We present our views on these chapters. We haven't heard from the Azeri side yet on that. We presented the paper on opening of communications, which corresponds to our project of Crossroad of Peace, meaning open communication in the region, and which is in line with Global Gateway European Union approach. We should hear from Azerbaijani side on that. On the limitation, there is a progress. The first ever agreement between Azerbaijan and Armenia was signed and ratified last year, and we started to implement that. You know that delimitation and demarcation, one of the most sensitive topics in our agenda with our neighbor. At least we could say that there is a positive dynamic there. Same time, the rhetoric from Baku, we see not less surprising messages each time, bringing dangerous narratives. It could be about the so-called Western Azerbaijan. It could be a corridor mentality towards communications. Again, prisoners of war still there. You see this shameful process in Baku, which was very far from any normal judicial process. So the challenge remains to be there. We engaged with all partners who are interested in supporting the peace efforts. We very much regret that because of Azerbaijani position, the European Union mediating and facilitating format is not active for the moment. We discussed the topic with Magdalena Grono about possible engagement of new president of the EU Council of High Representative. We expect the visit in very shortly to Armenia and Azerbaijan, and of course with the member states, which quite keen on their position to turn a page and have a progress on establishment of peace in our region, which suffered a lot. Same approach with the Turkey. We made many attempts to normalize relations. The political dialogue is active. There have been a number of exchanges, meetings between foreign ministers, president and prime minister, and on other levels, including special representatives, both sides assigned. Still, a number of agreements were achieved, not implemented. One of them visits of citizens of third countries to both countries, that's and persons with diplomatic persons. Still to be discussed, and with the opening of the border again, there is some technical talks, but again, I cannot present you any specific progress on this side. Again, as I mentioned in earlier statement, our approach is to diversify the foreign policy. Our new exchanges with partners like India, Latin American countries. We have new embassies opened in the recent time. Ambassador of Cyprus was here, first resident ambassador. Ambassador of Belgium was appointed in 2023. The Canadian embassy was open. So our extension of our diplomatic network is there. We try to engage with different countries in different continents. That's the approach. If there is any specific question, I would be glad to answer. Thank you. Yes, and of course, most importantly, with Washington, we try to establish new ties with new administration. We had already a number of visits and exchanges with the new administration. The role of US was very important in again establishment of the peace in our region, and we are very much interested that this role will be continued.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ovanesyan. Questions, please? Ms. Yuknevichiana.
Yeah. Again, thank you very much. I will not repeat what was already mentioned by myself and my colleagues in the first panel. You also made a very comprehensive statements, and it's very much related with this panel, of course. Neighborhood and re-establishing relations with neighboring countries. I think it's fundamental issue before start to talk about the future of be it European future or elsewhere, but especially to European aspirations. And of course, we understand the complexity, the very difficult geography of your country. But that is the only place for Armenians to live, like us Lithuanians as well. You know that many years, decades ago, before the World War II in Lithuania, because of our also difficult geography, some philosophers proposed to move Lithuania from Baltics to Madagascar. But of course now it's like some, not joke, but that was in practice, but it's not possible, of course. I just wanted to underline that we understand very well where you live and what is this regional importance for yourselves. But yes, yesterday it was very impressive to know, to listen more from your Prime Minister on Crossroads of Peace. I think it's very good, fundamental, challenging and strategic approach, which is very different than it was some years ago. Here approach, and my understanding is very positive on that. But now I will move into what we debated before on marriages. So, what is the status of the marriage? Because some people told us, and still officially, if you really consider that this marriage, official marriage, still exists with those countries you had relations, I mean, on Eurasian area, marriage status with Russia, and so on and so on. So, because without divorce, it will be not new marriage. Is it this marriage with the current status quo is marriage because of love, or marriage because of geography, or something like that? What is your relations now approach towards?
Should I respond now?
Yes.
Thanks. Again, the marriage issue was mentioned many times, but I think the major approach from our side is to be pragmatic in this difficult world, to protect the national interest. Of course, we have marriages with many countries, Lithuania, Cyprus, France, Czech Republic, all friendly countries, and who have different sort of relationship, historical or in recent time. That's been traditional approach. We are continue to be a member of the Eurasian Union, and you do see the trade numbers and other benefits, of course, is there. The diversification of our economy is one reason. Yes, is our dependencies. It's never good to be dependent of even the closest friend, but also to have more options. The history showed us that being dependent in one or the other areas of one partner only, it makes you very, very vulnerable. I remember the same questions we've been discussing with colleagues earlier when we entered the Eurasian Union, and there was the different discussion of those sort of things about marriages, relations. Nobody would believe that we could present the association agreement, which is SEPA. It is the light association agreement. Indeed, it's the trade chapter which suffered, but the sectoral cooperation we preserved around 70–75%. The political and human rights more than 90%. So basically, it is association light agreement. Yes, the trade chapter suffered a lot, but same with the security area. Armenia to benefit from European peace facility, that was not very optimistic scenario when we started the process. So I wouldn't put the whole situation of black and white. Historically, we've always been balancing since the beginning. It was Alexander the Great and Achaemenid Empire. It was Roman Empire and Persian Empire. It was Arab Caliphate and Byzantine. It was Russian Empire, Persia and Ottoman Empire. It's been always the issue, policy of balancing, survival, and of course choosing for better options. We never had, actually we had, once there was the CIS meeting and one of colleagues asked me, how about Armenia's civilizational choice? My response was, but one civilizational choice we made was in 301 when we chose on Christianity. That was probably the only time when that was in our agenda. Currently, it is not an issue. Indeed, Armenia part of Europe, nobody questioning that. There is a total consensus about that. The thing is how to find better options to survive in these challenging realities. You see the new challenges we've been just discussing, both in UN and other issues. This is this topic for us. Our approach is to try to move forward with sometimes smaller steps, and then to see how situation would evolve. Of course, we cannot do any radical step which would endanger our economy or stability of the country and security, most importantly. But to have new options for our development, for democratization, that's the goal which we've always been trying to perceive. So that would be the direction of our efforts.
Ms. Yuknevichena, you want to reply? No? Mr. Kochayan, please.
Thank you.
No? Okay. Then, Mr. Mamijanyan, if you want to respond, yes.
Merci. So now
we're speaking business. The purpose of my questions was not, by no means, was not to create discomfort to the colleagues, but it's more to show the truth to the citizens, because I am responsible towards the citizens, to give first-hand information. That's why I was asking my questions initially. But I would like to speak now about the security, regional security. I do know that many of you know about it, know what that means, but I want to brief you a bit about this. I had interactions with Azerbaijani MPs a couple of times, sometimes in a Chatham House format, so I have to keep the confidentiality and not give names. Once I was speaking about fundamental rights, the right for self-determination for our compatriots living in Artsakh, and an MP from Azerbaijan said, "You forget that you have lost. Whatever we want, you will have to sign." This is what they said. Another thing, in an international meeting, another Azerbaijani MP was present. In a private conversation, they said, "We will never return your POWs. We will use them as a bargaining chips. We will use them to bargain in the negotiations." This is what the Azerbaijani approach is. Therefore, the current managers of the Republic of Armenia have done more than a goodwill. They have been implementing and following the Azerbaijani demands. And even there, Azerbaijan is not coming into a constructive dialogue. We don't know when the red line will be reached. Therefore, this is the reason why we say that it is very important for Armenia-Azerbaijan negotiations there to be an institution of guarantor and the mediator. Without that, it would be impossible. These people not only have unlimited ambitions, but they also fail to fulfill their own agreements. What Mr. Deputy Minister was saying was the following. 80% he was saying, we do this, Azerbaijan doesn't respond. We do this, Azerbaijan doesn't respond. This is a region where we live. This is a geography that we have. And therefore, in this meeting of the PPC, I want to remind you about SEPA, an important document for this format. It is mentioned that the Nagorno-Karabakh conflict should be settled based on three main principles, that is the self-determination, no exercise of force or threat of force. Therefore, I do expect that the world, the international community, will take ownership for the 5 statements of the Minsk co-chairs. Madame Lazo is present here, a representative of the French side, and many other documents. Because conflict or problem settlement in this way should not become a normal practice. And I do think and I do believe that if in any point of the world, in Europe, if everyone says that imposed peace is unacceptable, I hope they can apply the same logic for my country as well. Thank you.
Miss Loa, you have the comment.
You heard my name, and anyway, I wanted to participate in this conversation. We know that Armenia's geography is very challenging, with 2 neighbors which have not good relations with Armenia. And I would like to first praise the efforts made by the Armenian government to reach peace, because the image of Armenia worldwide now is the image of the country which really wants peace. And we also remember that in the past, Armenia could have worked harder for peace and didn't do so. I would like to praise the current government for its efforts, and I would like to call for unity from political parties to support peace efforts. The only way to have a strong Armenian position is to have a united Armenian position. the more you get divided, the more it pleases your adversaries. And stating your realistic options will not make them come true. The second thing I would like to say is that there is a need for strong support from the European Union to these peace efforts. I was very much in favor and committed to have EUMA coming to Armenia, and every time we talk about EUMA, we hear about how positive and reassuring it is for ordinary Armenians. I was very much committed for European Peace Facility to be used to support Armenia, and I hope we continue in this direction. And I'm very proud that my home country, France, is providing military cooperation to Armenia. I think this is the way to be at your side now, not looking at the past, looking at the present and at the future, and being united together.
Mr. Kocheran, please.
Dear colleagues, we appreciate the committee's efforts to address Armenia's regional challenges and condemn Azerbaijan's historical and ongoing aggressive actions. However, we must emphasize that the portrayal of Armenia's domestic political environment is misleading and fails to acknowledge serious governance issues. The assertion that Armenia is a fully functioning democracy and a leader in good governance is far removed from reality. In truth, Armenia faces serious democratic deficits, including the suppression of opposition voices, politically motivated prosecutions, and a significant lack of judicial independence. The provisions on media freedom, judicial reforms, and human rights do not accurately reflect the conditions in our country. At present, political opposition members are being targeted with prosecutions, a development that directly undermines the democratic principles the statement we're supposed to vote for intends to uphold. In contrast, we strongly support and appreciate the recommendations addressing Azerbaijan's continued aggression and the ethnic cleansing of Armenians in Nagorno-Karabakh. Recognizing the rights of displaced people to return, demanding the release of all prisoners, and emphasizing the protection of Armenian cultural heritage and properties are really vital steps toward justice and accountability. These measures are essential not only for remedying past injustices, but also for ensuring long-term regional stability. These must remain a priority for both the European Union and the international community. So we urge the EU to move beyond rhetoric and implement concrete measures, including targeted sanctions on Azerbaijan to enforce compliance with international law. The forced displacement of Armenians from Nagorno-Karabakh constitutes a grave violation of international law. We call on the EU to lead efforts to secure the safe return of these displaced populations under international protection and to facilitate the release of all detained Armenians in Baku.
Thank you. Mr. Khandanyan, please.
Thank you. Distinguished co-chairs, Your Excellencies, dear members of the European Parliament, dear friends, I also want to welcome you all in the Republic of Armenia. And I want to thank you again for your very clear and strong positions when it comes to Armenia, its security challenges, its democracy, and overall the state the situation in our country. Today we discussed a lot about the European aspirations of Armenia, the possible European future of Armenia, the candidates getting candidate status or even membership. But I want to echo what Madam Junkiewicz said about the regional dynamics and impossibility of changing the geography of the country. And indeed, we cannot cut ourselves from the political map of this region and imagine ourselves in an ocean as an island. And that is why it is very important to have a regional stability. Regardless, we are going to be members of the European Union or not, we need to stay independent in this region for a very long time. And Deputy Foreign Minister has already described the state of negotiations with two of our neighbors, with Azerbaijan and Turkey, and our expectations and the situation right now on the ground. I would also like to talk about the importance of our relations with Iran and Georgia. We have very good, dynamic relations with these two countries, and it is important for us to maintain these relations with Iran and with Georgia, because those are our northern and southern gateways to the world, and we have very pragmatic, very open relations, and we very value also the position of our European friends, that they understand the complexity of this region and our relations with our neighbors. The crossroads of peace were also mentioned, and this topic is always being, most of the time is being mentioned in the context of the blocking of communications and infrastructure with Azerbaijan. But I would say that this is more than that. This is a larger regional project that the government of Armenia pursue, and we always say that we are a gates of Christian world, we are gates of democracy. There are times when we want to be not only gates but also intersection. So when it comes to global trade, when it comes to communication and the platform for economic trade, and why not cultural, political cooperation from east to west and from south to north. And today we talked about a lot of pillars that the Armenia and the European Union are working together, and I think it was not mentioned enough the role of the EUMA, which is, and it's not even possible to value the support of the European Union in that regard. I think the monitoring mission is the most tangible and visible support that now that Armenia is getting from the European Union, not only in terms of security and its actual role of monitoring the security situation, but also in terms of perception of the European Union in the eyes of Armenian citizens. It has changed a lot in this regard. And I would also, I wouldn't like to go into the discussion of, it's very tempting to go into the discussion of internal politics and comment on whether Armenia is a democracy, whether we have human rights issues, what are the progress or regress that we made for the past years. I think it's very visible to our citizens, and not only to our citizens, but to our friends in the European Union. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Khandanyan. Mr. Eadi, please.
Thank you very much. Mr. Minister, I heard very carefully your speech, and the only thing that I want to say that is good to show positive approach even with hostile countries. but I will speak by our example, and please keep in mind that is not always positive, the good willing, but often taken as a weakness and will be used for requests for more claims. So I urge you to be careful, because history is not the past. On the other hand, those who do not learn from their history are convicted to live it again. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Any other comments, dear colleagues? If not, then I would suggest us to take one more short break so that the final draft statement is distributed and amendments are distributed, so you would have time to read the final one and to decide how to vote. Just 10-15 minutes of break, please.
And that would be kind of a suggestion if we can take this break 5-10 minutes, 15 minutes without really leaving the room, so we don't spend time on getting back again.
It was from the delegations, not. If you have already read everything, we can pass now.
No, we'll definitely need at least 5 minutes just for technical alignment.
Okay, then 5 minutes. Thanks.
Shall we try and start? Dear colleagues, now we are coming to the most exciting part of our meeting, that is adoption of the final statement and recommendations, followed by the votes. And the draft text which you've got in front of you is proposed by co-chairs, that is me and Mr. Yegoyan, and was sent, you've got right now the very final version. You've got the very final version in front of you. Altogether, we will be supposed to vote for 17 amendments, one of them is oral. And before we start voting, I would like to give anyone an opportunity to express attitude, to comment on the text of statement and recommendations. Does any one of you wants to take the floor? At the moment, about general what we are voting for, because we will not be discussing during the vote each amendment one by one, so this is an opportunity to express your attitude at the moment. Please, Mr. Mamijan.
Thank you, Chair. I won't go to any of the amendments presented one by one, but I just want to emphasize that the amendments regarding the stance on Turkey, the amendments regarding the Minsk Group, and amendments regarding the human rights issues are just copy-pasted from the EPP resolution on back then in 2015, from the human rights dialogue, the human rights part, and from the CEPA. The amendment regarding the imposed peace is just clarification of the thing that everyone is speaking about. So I would call for your positive vote. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mamijanan. Anyone else would like to take the floor? Please use this opportunity. If not, then we should move and start voting. And let me remind you that according to Rule 5 of the Rules of Procedure, we need a majority in both components for adoption. That is, a majority of the members of the delegation of the European Parliament and of the delegation of the Armenian Parliament. So, we've got 17 amendments, and we start now voting for amendment number 1 for paragraph 2. Who is in favor? No, so we're voting for amendment number 1 in favor. Who is technically, I'm sorry, is doing the counting? So we are voting. I believe that the Armenian part can count the votes of the Armenian delegation, and European part will count the votes of members of the European Parliament. So this is we don't have the majority on the part of the European Parliament, so since we don't have a majority in both, this is rejected. Now we go for the amendment number 2 to the paragraph number 3. Who is in favor? And please again, I ask my colleagues from the European Parliament to count. It is rejected by the European Parliament. Now we go for amendment number 3 to paragraph 4. Who is in favor? Amendment number 3, paragraph 4. It is rejected by the European Parliament. Now we go to the amendment number 4 to paragraph 3, which consists of 3 splits. So we now vote for part number 1. Who is in favor? It is rejected by Armenian side. Now we vote for the part 2. Who is in favor? Adopted. And now we vote for part 3. Who is in favor? Rejected by Armenian side. Now we vote for amendment number 5, paragraph 11. Who is in favor? Rejected by Armenian side. And then by both sides. Now we go for... so it was vote both for 5 and 6 because these amendments were identical. Now we switch to amendment number 7, paragraph 12. Who is in favor? Rejected by both sides. Amendment number 8, paragraph 13. Who is in favor? Rejected by the European Parliament. Amendment number 9 consists of 3 splits, paragraph 14, and now we vote for the part number 1. Who is in favor? Rejected. Part number 2. Who is in favor? Adopted by both delegations. Part number 3. Who is in favor? Rejected by both sides. Amendment number 10, paragraph 15. Who is in favor? Rejected by both sides. Amendment 11, paragraph 17. Who is in favor? Rejected. Amendment 12, paragraph 19. Who is in favor? Adopted by both delegations. Paragraph 20 and amendment number 13. Who is in favor? Rejected. Paragraph 22, amendment 14. Split, part number 1. Who is in... so I'm sorry, amendment... Part 1 falls because Amendment 12 was adopted. So Part 2, who is in favor? Adopted. And Part 3, we have no vote because tax is already included in paragraph 24. Now we move to Amendment 15, paragraph 24. Who is in favor? Rejected. Paragraph 24, Amendment 16, which is oral one. You've got the printed version of text in front of you, which was distributed finally. Who is in favor? Adopted. Now we move to the final amendment, if I'm correct and if I didn't make any mistakes. No, I didn't, thanks God. So it's paragraph 26, amendment 17. Who is in favor? Rejected. And now we move to the final vote. Vote on the text as modified. Who is in favor? It is adopted by both components. Congratulations and thank you so much for the vote. Yeah, 14 part 2 we voted and it was adopted. We voted and was adopted. No, it was adopted. You've got the final part.
Yes. Dear colleagues, any other businesses? If not, then the fourth meeting of Parliamentary Partnership Committee is over. Thank you for the participation and cooperation.
Thank you, dear colleagues. It was a pleasure having this meeting today in Yerevan. Looking forward for the fifth meeting. we voted directly for the whole statement as changed.